Yeah, this should be +2, I think. If this is the priority, if this is equal to max priority, which I allow, that's what the max means. Then the size of this array is 4, so it's 2 + 2. And I'm going to store these values in it. That's maximum width. Maximum width. It's not size here. Going to keep track of the maximum priority that you actually reach. Doesn't really matter what ends up in here. It's supposed to. I do have a double use of max priority. It's kind of annoying. Let's call this highest. Yeah, netrunner. And I want to have a delta. Delta store positive numbers, a difference between two width. Yeah, let's store them as, it's not really a width, width. I look exhausted. Interesting. I don't have a webcam, so into to type. Yeah, that should be max priority. +1 then, I guess. That would be the size of this thing, so it's one less than that one. And then we want to fill it. How to do that? You get the items in a random order, and the priority can be in a random order. So I don't really know which I get first. And for the delta, that doesn't make much difference. So you get any of them, so pick one in the middle. Then I just have to store the natural width minus the minimal width. Can begin with that. Delta. The index is the priority. Let's store that separately. No, I think priority is also stored as unsigned int. Just keep it that way. So I get the priority of this layout item. Bet you can do that like that. As in layout item itself has an successor that's called shrink priority, and it's returning an int. Ah. Nah, I don't see the point of switching to an int, really. I don't know. Let's make it an unsigned int as well. And yeah, it's called shrink priority. Okay. So we have this one, and then of that we have an item with priority 1 and a minimum width 5 and a natural width of 12. Then you want to sort the difference between that in under index equal to priority. So we just store that. Natural width. Minus minimum width. Now this is definitely larger than that one. I think the minimum width is never allowed to be unlimited. Or is it? It is both unlimited and at least the difference should still be 0. So I need an operator that subtracts width. Yeah, let's add that. Let's make it a friend operator. Friend width minus width is a width. No, it's not a width. That's the whole point. It cannot be negative. I'm going to refuse returning negative values. Yeah, I might as well return int actually. Let's return int to have a different type than the underlying type even of a width, which is that unsigned int 32. Now I'm subtracting to width from each other. W1 comma width W2. And might as well define that here. It's maybe a tiny little bit complex. You never know which namespace this is being put in if you do it like this. I would rather for declared. This would probably be put in terminal, but still. Oh, can I even do that? Well, I should be able to do that, I think, if I for declare this as well. Hardly a for declaration, it's just a declaration. This is a for declaration. This is just a declaration. Oh well, so I need this free function to be defined in here. I'm going to put it below the plus. Yeah, no, same thing, right? Just don't try to subtract with this unknown size. And I also want to be, yeah, the result must be positive. So W2 must be less than or equal to W1. It's then I have to define as well. I don't have that operator yet. Not at all, yeah. Yeah, what? Okay, so let's subtract them. Can still be unlimited. So if W1 is unlimited, and you subtract something from it, then it's still unlimited, unless what you subtract is also unlimited. Is that true? Wait a minute, that's nonsense. We can't store unlimited in delta. Oh, you can't do that. Damn. Well, actually, we can, but it is very, very dirty. I think we should just ignore the fact that unlimited has a special meaning. It's a very large number, but it will work anyway. So I can just return the difference then. Must be subtracting or not. I think I go downwards towards a lower priority. So if this is positive, we must add it. So that adding difference. Nah, that's not going to work then. Yeah, I think something like that. It's almost a sort of encoding rather than really a difference. I suddenly feel like storing unsigned int anyway. You have to still implement this one. I'm gonna hijack the fact that we already tested this, and this is just a local function, I think. Well, if it is a local function, I'm not going to put it in the header. Just use this directly. But it makes more sense. The natural width is never less than the minimum width, so the subtraction must be allowed. And then we have our delta values. And I also need to calculate this column here. How to do that? Yeah, but these could be calculated from the deltas. Calculate these in arbitrary order, and then this must be done in order, obviously. So we can no longer run over all layout items while doing this, because we don't know which order priority is going to pop up here. I can find out what the highest priority is, obviously. It's the highest priority. Yeah, this here. You also have max, but highest. The highest priority is the maximum of the highest priority. And the shrink priority, which I already have stored here as priority. Actually, highest sounds better, doesn't it? Largest priority. For priority is highest. It should keep highest. But here it doesn't sound right. I want to use largest. I don't know. Let's choose highest as well. The highest shrink priority used. Yeah, I mean here. Yes, very good. So now I can run over. My highest priority is suddenly an int. Well, this is an uint. That won't even work. I hate unsigned, but well, everything is turning unsigned here. So So highest priority is 2 here, and I want to run over all of them so that it would be including it. Less than or equal the highest priority. Well, but if I do that, then I start with 37. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. But I have to calculate that one in this loop as well. Either we start with that or with that. And I think this is would be more or less easier because these are not unlimited. If we begin this, and one or more of the numbers could be unlimited, and then we just end up with unlimited. And then, yeah, well. Oh, I said I was going to add my value in that comment. So if you have deltas that are positive numbers, we have to grow by adding stuff. So I want to start with a 16, I think. And then 16 plus 6 is 22, plus 7 is 29, plus 8 is 37. So that we go that way. So we need to begin with this, which is the sum of all the minimum width. I'm going to use this, I think. But yeah, this, I would say this really means that the minimum width is not allowed to be unlimited. It sounds logical. It wouldn't even fit in my terminal, the minimum width. So let's make sure that is never the case, as in every time that is being assigned, which I construct something, the thing that we return here is this. So every time the properties are being constructed, which is type properties, which is a struct, of course. Okay, so we go to the constructor of the current class. Layout item, and here it is. And now we're saying you're not allowed to use unlimited for the minimum. Look a little way. Not allowed to use unlimited for the minimum width. So properties dot minimum width. That is width. I don't have an operator less than actually. Can use unequal, I think, as a special value. So width unlimited. It is not unlimited, so that then we can just add it. But now I have here an unsigned int32. While this is returning a width. So just well, okay, I'll make it a width. width does have an operator plus, becomes, could also extract columns. Can add an accessor for the columns, but yeah, I would rather not have all the special checking for unknown and unlimited inside this object instead of outside it. So now we have the sum, and then here we have to begin with the highest priority. And then go down. Just slightly strange. I should start with highest priority plus 1. Just to fill in this value. Or no, we don't. I could do this below here. Could do that here. Outside of the for loop. So maximum width, highest priority plus 1 becomes the sum of minimum width. That would be this line here. And then we go down, running from the highest priority. There you have it, unsigned. You can't run until p becomes negative, because it will never. I'll make it a little lame or do while loop, I suppose. Just not even a while loop then. I have to break in somewhere in the middle. No. Okay, let's 2 plus 1 here. Begin with B. That should work. So we decrement and then we deal with 0 and then we stop because it is 0. And we start with the decrement, so we start with highest priority. And then the highest priority, that would be this one, is equal to the maximum width of the priority 1 higher. So we have a maximum width of p plus 1. That would be this value. And then I have to subtract from that, sorry, add to that 6, which is delta of 2. That would be delta p. Yeah, I think that's it. And then I can turn it in a for loop again if I remove the minus p. Or move it to the end, I think. So let's just try it. That's suppose we do not decrement the p here. Then p is 1 too big, so I have to subtract 1 from p here. and p will always be larger than 0 in the beginning, so we might as well begin with that check theoretically. And then I might as well turn it into a for loop, because now the decrement is at the end. And then this must be hard-coded. So we set the highest priority +1 to the sum of all minimum width in this line. And then we run from the, because we have to, here till there. 3, 2 and 1 for P. Because otherwise you can't detect the end. It's kind of stupid. And then the maximum width P minus 1 becomes current one plus the delta of the previous one. Just yeah, well. I think that works. Now I have this list, and we have the columns that we aim for. So now I have to figure out in which range this falls. Now imagine that columns is less than that value. Then what? Then everything breaks down, I think, and we just, you might as well assume that the width is never that, or I've just forced columns to be at least 16, which is then not correct, and then things will be printed wrong. But well, I mean, best effort. You just can't go below the minimal width. Minimal, so it should be minimum, I think. Minimum. So the function is called like that. Okay, so let's add some comments to point back to the example. So the first time that would be 16, obviously, plus the first delta. And then the next round is of course 22 plus 7, 29 and so on. Let's test if this compiles. ambiguating new declaration. Oh, you're still an int here. Layout item. Layout item. The others use width. Confused. Yeah, unknown and unlimited can just be used because we're inside width. This is also a member function of width. Also uses unknown and unlimited. So it should be defined in width. And width is defining indeed unknown and unlimited. Then why are those things known here? I have an unknown. Don't have an unlimited. To be with. Why does it compile then? With and int even. Explicit. What? properties minimum width, issue width. Caps lock. The hell. Why is a caps lock even on my keyboard? Look, I never ever use it. It only gives trouble. And what is the housefly doing on my monitor? It's so distracting. Go somewhere else. Oh, it's warm. Oh, not that warm, I hope. You would think that the fly can see it flicker 60 times per second. Because it doesn't mind. Nah. At least I have a new friend. Tell you where it is. Here's the fly. It's also absolutely not interested in my cursor. As in, it doesn't even see it. It looks like. Okay. What was I doing? Is unlimited. I don't have an is unlimited. That is on the width. I have a greedy. Let's change the greedy into unlimited. Elsewhere I might need a greedy more, but let's see if this is really a problem. Yeah, it's greedy. Doing that here. Let's add both, like this. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, it's probably this one. Create. Oh. Where's that? No notes. Ja, so here was an implicit conversion, parenting, from unsigned into width, and then it was added. And I made that, turned that into an, the conversion is no longer possible. So it turned to constructor of the width, and I made it explicit. It also gives problem with this now, however, and I don't want to have to wrap this into a width. That would be silly. It's the same thing, and the same thing, and they are even. It's the same thing. Same thing. But the things that are left now are using ints, integer literals, except this one. It's the last one. It's not related to trying to convert an integral literal into a width. So delta is not a width, so that this conversion was indeed definitely not intended. It would have worked though, but it should probably allow adding an integer directly, just for the sake of this thing, or we can just replace the whole class with something else, which makes a lot more sense. I call it increase instead of add. for a not super specific reason. Turn up a width. We need to have defined increase width, and then we increase it with this, and that it was and is a delta. And the thing that is returned is a width again. And the whole reason for this thing to exist is to use it here. And it's small enough to do inline. Doesn't change the current object. Increase kind of sounds like it works on the current object though. Okay, I'll give in. I'll just turn it into a plus. What the hell is plus? Plus is the sign. No, whatever. Stupid syntax highlighting. Doesn't know where things come from. Return a bit. Constructed from, is this an implicit constructor? Probably. Width, and then current columns plus the delta. Now we're going to try and add, where's my width defined actually? Paragraph. I don't know where it is defined. Stupid. Layout right. Okay, yeah, so I made this thing explicit, so let's try to make it non-explicit from int. I don't know if it works. Destroy. Now, it is still not clear though if the other things still don't work. So if I try to construct it from an unsigned, for example, changes that I made. For example, this one. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, I could have left it like that now because that is an int. I'll change it back, I think. This one, for example. That should still be necessary because this is not an int but an unsigned integer. No. So that was a pretty useless exercise then. Oh well, we tried, and at least I did find one case where it was indeed an annoying implicit thing, conversion. So next, I have this column. Now what? I want to find out. Oh yeah, I have to force columns probably to make the life a little bit easier. Let's all do that inside this loop to make it a little bit more complex. I mean, so we set, let's give this thing a name. The priority that columns falls into. Columns priority. Trying to look very dumb. That would work. Priority. And then we begin with the highest possible one. Should I call it 3 or shall I call it 2? I can call it 2 because 16 also falls in this range, between 16 and 22. So we begin with the highest priority. And then that has to be reduced if let's give an example here. Yes, so since columns is at least 16, it definitely a greater or equal than this. So either it falls in this range or somewhere above. However, what if columns is larger than 37? In that case, you still need to use priority 0. That will probably work automatically anyway. I'll just never assign -1 to it. I think I have to do some kind of a if then columns priority becomes, and then probably p -1. So p runs from P runs from 3 to 1. So the lowest priority of the assign then is 0. Won't go below that. And then the question is when to do that. Well, in this case, if columns would be less than, okay, what's the first one? 3. So priority is 3. And I want to know if I have to assign 2. Well, it's already 2. So, yeah. Let's look at 1 down. P is 2, so 1 down. P p is 2, and I want to maybe assign p minus 1, so we want to assign 1. That would be this one. And we do that if it is not this one. In other words, we do that if it is not less than 22. So if columns is greater or equal 22, then wait a minute, I would say p is 1, but then I have my 22 here, yes. Greater or equal, yeah, this columns, this check here. If columns is greater or equal 22, then it does fall into this range here. So I have to compare columns with, if columns is greater or equal the minimum value here, while p is 2, well, that equals this one. So that is the maximum width of p. That should work. Okay, it even reads understandable. So if p is 2 and the number of columns is greater or equal the maximum that belongs to that priority, well, it should be less than, so this range is only picked if it is less than the last column, the maximum thing. You can also look at there. It's p equals 1 and the columns is not less than 29, then we reduce it by 1, so we put it on that level. It should work. Okay, so now at the end of this loop we have a columns priority. Which means that, let's say we find a columns priority of 1 because columns is between 22 and 29, let's say 25. We'll be consistent with this. Then the thing that must be changed is the thing in the middle here. So this one must be 14, that one must be 3. And then this can change somewhere between 5 and 12, so that would be the remaining part. But we can begin with setting all the width for those two. The 3 and the 14, so that would be priority 0 and priority 14, the priority 2 I mean. So if the columns priority is 1, then everything less than the columns priority and larger than the columns priority is now known. So we can just run over all layout items again. And then we do if let's begin again first line with this. Let's make it a const because I'm not changing it during this loop. So if the priority is less than the column's priority, then layout item set width. For example, if it is less than, then say the column's priority was 1 and the priority is 0, that would be this one. That means that this is 3 or the 11 and we need to use 3. So I need to use the minimum width in this case. The minimum width of the layout item. Else, if priority is larger than the column priority, you can use the opposite. And the maximum is actually the natural width. Yeah, and otherwise you have to determine a weight that depends on the weight, and it depends on how much we need to subtract or add complex stuff. How shall I do that? I'm not sure I can do that in a random order again, so I probably need to collect all those items first. I need to determine what shall I use? We can go well beyond the 37. So I think I need to use this as an anchor and then just add stuff. Ignoring the 37. Might as well not have stored the 37, now I think about it. In which case this array could have been one less. Uh-oh, yeah, I'm not going to do that now. But we do need to use this as an anchor, I think. That is a minimum, so I need to know how far the columns is larger than the maximum width of the columns priority that we found. No, then well, the maximum width of the one higher priority. So in this case, if the columns was 25, we do fall in this range, and I just want to know the difference with the 22, which is stored one higher. and that could be called the columns delta. To calculate that, so my delta was stored as, why don't I not see that? This is delta standard array maximum width. So delta here. Delta is in also int columns delta. This number. The number of columns that, I hate this, but the number of columns that columns is larger than the minimum width of the columns priority range. So the minimum width of columns priority equals the maximum width of columns priority plus 1. Hence that we can write it like that. Okay, why is columns always larger or equal than this? Because only as long as that is the case, we set columns priority to p minus 1. So then if you add 1 again, you get this p again, and then this will still hold. If it was set otherwise, then here it was set to the highest priority. Which would be this range, in which case columns is also greater or equal than the minimum value, because we forced it to be. So this is always greater or equal 0. And then now that difference must be distributed over all the items that have a priority equal to the columns priority. How does one do that? Let me just store all those things. I'd rather not store them. I can just run over it again and then do something. I can only do the something if I already have distributed it. In order to distribute it, I need to get all the weights. And the ranges. It's not super trivial. Okay, so we have something that runs between weight. The weight. The fly is nice, that it's really sitting completely at the edge of the monitor. That's kind of like it knows that I would get mad if it sits in the middle. I would. Yeah, doesn't do any harm now. I'll make a picture. It's my phone. So people know what I'm talking about. It's not easy to see, I'm afraid. But that. It's unsharp now. Okay, so this is the edge of my monitor, and then this is the scroll bar. And I have no idea why this is white and this is black. Oh, this the photo ends here. This is just the whole photo. I think it's like a bad cropping here. Does it look like a shape of a mobile screen? Oh, it is. This is the picture that it took, like this. The flies are sitting there, it's not hardly moving. Oh, I cannot move this. I want to move it, damn it. Cannot move it. Oh well. Lucky fly, otherwise I would have put the picture of the fly under the fly. Then you could see where it is. Yeah, that would actually be funny. Yeah, hey, why not, man? That's funny. How do we do that? So I would have to save this picture first, I'm afraid. I'm scared to do stuff like this while streaming. Yeah, okay, sorry. You'll never know what you get to see if I do save as, and then you get to see loads of file numbers, file names, or stuff that I saved. Just kidding. No, not really. Okay, so what was I doing? Insert. Yeah. A large weight. What is a large weight? Does that mean that that it is less flexible or more flexible? I don't know. Let's ask AI. It probably has an opinion about it. Jesus, how is it even called? So a higher weight means takes a bigger portion. Poo-poo. Okay, so I do something and then I distribute it evenly as if the weight is the same. And then afterwards, the larger weight must get more. What does that mean? That means I have to divide by the weight. I divide by the weight and then distribute evenly. So I give everything 1. And I divide it by a weight of 1000. So if you add 1, then actually I added 1000. Yeah, that's it. So we need to divide by the weight. Okay. The weight of 0 means it gets everything. But then you get the... That would be annoying. That's kind of the same as if it's the only one also. But, well, yeah. Yeah, the weight should never be 0, because if we have multiple items that have a weight of 0, then they both get all of it, which is not possible. It's annoying. Weight should never be 0. Should add that as well. I should think, yes, where's my width? It's not width, it's layout item. Layout item properties here. Called shrink weight, or did no, it's just weight. So else we get the layout item. Shrink weight. And I have to divide it. No, we divide the difference between the minimum and the maximum. So the layout natural width minus the layout and yeah, what to do with that? we sum it all up. We'll call this delta. This is actually the bloody delta here. What did I assign to delta? Delta is natural minus minimum width, stored by priority. So that is a problem, because if there are more than one for the same priority, I already polluted this delta thing. I should have added them. And then fill delta with zeros before. So delta is the sum of, over the given priority, delta priority is the sum of natural width minus minimum width of all the layout items with that priority. And I was trying to, well, going to calculate it, but we already have that. 31. Why so high? What is 31 minus 7? 30 minus 6, 24. 24 plus 15. 39. Plus 6. 45. Yeah, I guess 1 plus 1.5 plus 2 is 4.5 times 20. What did I say? 4.5 times 20. That's 90. It's more than, why did I do that? Well, yeah. This is correct, I think, right? No, it's not. You have to divide it by 4.5, I think. Because now I want to multiply. You each get the same thing and then I multiply it, so this one gets more. So I have to divide it by it. So the divide But then, do we want to have the sum? Do I still want to have the sum? No, I don't want to have the sum. I want to add the reciprocal, which is logical because none of them must be 0. We have to work with the reciprocal of the weights. Which is okay, I don't know, 1 divided by 1. 1 divided by 1.5 plus plus 1.5, I guess. 2.1666. Divided by 3. Totally not working, is it? I don't think I know what I'm doing here. Well, that must be linear, so it really, if this thing is halfway 45 and the weights were the same, then this must be exactly in the middle of 7 and 31. Because it moves linearly from 7 to 31, when we move from 0 to 45. But that's always the case. It's always the case, isn't it? Is it linear then? So suddenly it doesn't seem to depend on the weight. If we do it like that. 45 doesn't depend on the weights. Is there a weight at all then, actually? Oh my, bathroom break. Yeah. I can figure it out. Don't really need a weight or a range for that matter, because we already have this. It would be A actually, but I don't think that happens. We have only 6.5. So divide 6 by 1 and 1.5. How do you do that? Divide by 2.5? Think so. So it'd be the same as 2 and 3. The other one gets a little bit more, as if dividing 5 and then give this one 2 and that one 3. But instead of 5 we have 6.5. So we give 2 times 6.5 divided by 5 to the first one. .6. Hope that makes sense. think the natural width can be unlimited, and then if you subtract the minimum width, it's still unlimited. Check that. No, it's not actually. Subtract. If W1 is unlimited, then we get something that is very, very large, but not quite equal to unlimited. But it's okay because we don't return that as a width. We'll return it as an unsigned int. Special case. And that was that difference here. And then I increment delta. That, okay, delta is also unsigned int, so that's good. And the minimum width are never unlimited, so sum of width is also not unlimited. What was the problem now? Oh, yeah. Maximum width is this thing. This thing is something plus delta. Delta is never unlimited because it's an unsigned int. So value width also never unlimited because it starts with the sum, which is not unlimited, and we add something that is not unlimited. Not even very large. Well, actually, no, it could be very large, right? Yeah, we might end up with unlimited, I'm afraid, here. Maximum width could become unlimited. Because this one. Just this one. But still. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, only the smallest one. So p equals 1 can become unlimited. But that means that the delta is very large, but value for p itself then is still definitely not unlimited. Therefore, this is not unlimited. So for a start, I can use dot value here. And let's test everything here, actually. So it's either p equals 1 or the thing that we just calculated is not unlimited, and therefore we can call value. is less than a very big monitor. Combine it with the previous one. We could now do P is larger than 1. Or that doesn't look right. Okay, I would like to call dot value here, but that would go wrong if p is 1 and this is unlimited. Cannot turn them around then. So then p equals 1 and it is unlimited. Or we can call value on it. All right, I made the horizontal layout a friend, so we can just write it directly into it. And this is about assigned with. Just have to set. Yeah, it's a friend, so I can assign. The assigned with can be assigned. Right, directly. There was no set with here. With and unsigned int. Add width to width, neither may be unknown. If either is unlimited and the result is unlimited, otherwise you add the columns together. Looks good. Subtract, returns a non-width, neither may be unknown. W1 must be greater or equal to W2. And then if that's the case, you can just subtract it. And that is okay, that is unlimited. And printing stuff. This is unknown. Unknown enter. Okay. This must be self-written. Set with, well, shall I look at it again? Or over all items, calculate the deltas and determine the highest shrink priority used. So we have a delta here, and I don't want to look at it actually. It's too much work. Let's look at the smaller things. Get div. Yeah, that's smaller. It already prints it here, so I don't have to print it in the set width itself. Let's move that. Let's layout items. I think then that is exactly what it will print from here. Yeah, because that's the only member. Good enough. Loads of ins and unsigned ins changed to with class. This line is a little bit tedious, isn't it? Adding net and width together. Why? Oh no, actually it's not here. It was already plus. Not here. No, that's in the function that I didn't want to look at. Yeah, it's okay. The width itself. Did I not already do all of these? What? Add. OpenAI not connected. What is that? I think there's a real problem. And this one, I don't know. Yeah, don't know. No, it's not crashing fast in comparison with that, with running it outside of GDB. That is just very strange. What does this have to do with loading debug info or something? Broken pipe. That's the one, or what? Looked like a timeout of some sorts. Run it again. Okay, this is so slow, and I don't understand why. That's a quarter of a second. Port it. Then I run it inside GDB and it takes forever. How is that possible? No, 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 no. I'm looking at the church. Yes, because I have nothing else to do, you know. I mean, I have no excuses. Is there a difference between unsigned? Yeah, that doesn't compile, for example. But you just forgotten T, I guess. Unsigned int 32T const versus const, well, it depends. No, it's no difference. But I think the latter is just silly. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. They're all silly. Type qualifiers just work on everything on the left. Except when you have a non-pointer and you add a const in front of it. There is nothing on the left end, so in that case it works on the first thing on the right, but does not include anything else. If a const int pointer is not a const pointer, it's a pointer to a const int. It's confusing, man. So I just always write all qualifiers all the time on the right hand side, and then they work on everything on the left. Always the same, much easier. And we have a broken pipe again. Seriously. It is insanely strange that it is doing so much. Okay, trick, run it like that, and then we notice that we don't notice anything. We have to find the test. Something with terminal and paragraph, I think. many paragraphs are there? Paragraph. There's only one. We have only 2 tests. That's not a lot. Okay, comment that first. Jesus, stop whining. And again, linking. One test failed. It still fails. Oh, okay, yeah, of course. I didn't expect the first one to be the one that fails. So unfortunately, it is in this function. Which is not very big. Yeah, I don't know what I can comment out. So let's just add typical output. Maybe that is actually the reason that it is so slow. It might be writing debug output if I run it like that. Because I did not turn debug output off. Well, I have specifically turned on with this. That is not run if I run it through ctags, but that must be the case. Yeah, I think it is just ctags through ctest. I think it's just slow because it's running to this. Nevertheless, that is it. Did I change something? Source configure. Just to be sure. Nope. And then we run DDB. No, I just run that one test, which is this. And it failed. And we should have debug output now. Yep. But almost nothing. That's definitely not slowing stuff down. Also not. Oh, wait a minute. This does not produce debug output because now I'm running it in ctest. Yeah. But I do have some debug output, strangely enough. Just printing we get here every time. Okay, so we get here all the way till 4 and then it coordinates. Well, in that case I can use this. I can use this. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to run it in a debugger. See what the difference is. In debug output. I think it's not even running at all. I don't know what it's doing. Really no idea what this is doing. This is debug output. Or is it not? Prints JSON stuff. Without debug labels. Either the same output or I didn't write anything now. $22.33. So it didn't even write anything from the debugger. What? How, man? It's so weird. Very, very weird. only 8. Probably one of these. Get a pin. Equal paragraph. This crashes. The first call to create with a string. Text pen create string style rendition. That should be calling this one. What the hell? You are not allowed to use unlimited for the minimum width. Yeah, that's insanely annoying that debug output was not printed. So I get a lot of debug output, but not the debug output of an assert. Come on. Ridiculous. But yeah, minimum width is set to that value, which is unlimited. That is not allowed. Which one is that? This one? Yep. Pass to the create. It's conditions. Okay, I'm not passing anything here. And that gives me by default an unlimited minimum width. Yeah, that should never happen, of course. How? It's just nonsense. Textpen create text rendition. Yeah, minimum width is set to greedy. Why? Here too, and here too. Oh, I remember. Yeah, I wanted to force the minimum width to be less than or equal the maximum width. So if it is set to greedy, then it doesn't have the meaning of greedy. Okay, I should, because I don't, at this point, I don't know what the natural width is. So it's kind of a special value that, well, I'm abusing greedy there. Maybe I should use another magic number, like fixed. The idea is that we get a fixed width. So I set it very large, and then it gets clamped on natural width, and then the minimum width and the natural width are the same, and therefore it's basically fixed. How to fix that? So it is allowed. And then we might get a problem in this is already just nonsense. What? Priority. Natural width is what? It's a virtual function, yeah. So in the constructor we don't have this yet, because the base class is constructed first. Maybe I should add finalization in the most derived class, which is called in the end, and then just adjust the minimum width. The downside is that I'm calling do natural width twice. Well, probably even more often. Getting the feeling I should cache this value. Totally should be cached. Do step 1, I cache it. Width, cached natural width. And if I construct this with the default constructor, then unknown. Yeah, why is that using that? Just the same as this. So I want this to be pre-computed, even before I call this for the first time, I think. So the natural width. Param, the C++, what else? Is that in the title of the video? C++, just me working. Yeah. Call. Cache. Cache natural width. Before using this accessor. No, not call. From the constructor of the most derived class. Finalize initialization. This must be called from the most derived class. Okay, suppose we already did that, then this will be always set after the constructor, and then we have this cache now, so natural width is just cached, and then my minimum width can be fixed as well in this function. So if the minimum width is larger than cached width, then set the minimum width equal to that cached natural width. Hey, Louis. So what shall we do next? Call it, yeah. Call this from the most derived class. Where does a guy put a final here? It looks fine. There's nothing wrong. Didn't complain about the final. Anyway. And the last one was what? Text span. Yeah, like that's final. It's never final. Ah, that is a base class. Well, we can just call it multiple times. I suppose. So I call it here, and then again when the constructor of the next derived class is called. Yeah, but we don't want that. The whole idea was I only call it once. Okay, good thing that this thing is oh, this is public. Thought we had to create. Why is this public? Why? Protected. Okay, look, this one is protected. It just should be protected. And then we can also call it from create instead of here, because it's just don't want to call it multiple times. Okay, now it becomes ridiculous, of course, because if we call this like this from the most derived class, why is do natural width then a virtual function to begin with? Because I don't want to ever call it again. It's just called one time now, and it is cached. So the silliness here is now from this function I call cache natural width, and that then calls the virtual function do natural width, which is this function, to get the width. So instead I should make this a non-virtual function and just pass it and call this not cache but set. Seriously. Lots of changes suddenly. I think we're gonna make this work first and then do that last change so that it doesn't mention. So, well, yeah, the other ones as well. Okay, can I just do it all at once? I can if the div is not too big. Div is not big, just a lot of we get here's. Well, let's do it. So no more virtual function, we just set it. Let's rename this just in case. I'm gonna use get also, I think, for more or less not instant functions. Calculate is clearly very expensive. This is very expensive. I'm gonna call it calculate. Sometimes it's expensive, sometimes not. I could also call it get. Yeah, if you say set, that like get sounds like the opposite of set. Portuguese Ava, it's an a CLE for AI. Written in C++, of course there are already 100 of them, but this is hopefully still the only one in C++. Hi. Set natural width. Push cache. Set it in the base class. Name of functions is very important. You give it, if you have the perfect name of a function, then the code is easy to understand. And if you don't have the right names, then nobody understands it anymore then. And I'm often lazy. I just don't want to spend an hour on every name. Probably should. So often I think, well, you know, it's good enough. I'll just pick this because I can't instantly think of something better. This is a bit of problematic though. Set is usually a function that you call from outside an object. So we have an object with a certain value and then someone else that is not part of that class sets that value and then you call set. This, however, sets the value on itself, but as a cached value in the base class. It's cached and it's part of the base class. Because why not? I want to get rid of the virtual function. Let's have a look at the do natural width thing. It's a weird word, but do is often used. If you, I had an accessor called natural width, and then that was a non-virtual function. And then if you call a virtual function for the implementation, you can call it either do the same name or the same name underscore implementation, EMPL. And in this case, do was more common. So I would never have called it like that, but I would I often try to use the same names as most people do. So if people see this, they will understand what it is, because, you know, everyone uses do for this particular, how do you call that, pattern. So you see, this one is extremely cheap. So yeah, nobody interested in that one. This is also extremely cheap. Paragraph. This paragraph already caches it. Cached sum of all natural width. And then here is some real calculation going on. Finally. With the comment that it seems inefficient and I want to do it later, like a delayed cache. Just to make it more complex, I suppose. Yeah, this one is slow. It's about the only one. The others are fast. Obtain, maybe. Obtain natural width. I think that sounds good. Okay, let's rename those things. And they already the right stuff here, probably. That much. We have a lot of them there, and in this header file, and this header file, and an implementation here. And I'm going to manually, so I can look at the code and maybe change other things. Rename it to obtain. This is the cached value. This is no longer a cached value. This is separately, has to be separately fixed. This is no longer virtual. Oh, we have a default here. Oh boy, yeah. Oh, if I remove my virtual function, then I don't have my default anymore. It has to be made more and more complex, doesn't it? So there is maybe a derived function that does not implement this thing. I have to find that one first then, but I don't think it compiles now. Let's see if there's a derived function that does not implement this. Now I have to fix this first. No match for operator larger than on width and width. It is a bit vague. And why larger? Normally you implement less than. Yeah, if one of them is unknown, then this is of course bullshit. And I could add an assert for that. Or not, because you cannot construct something that is unknown. Actually, you can, but you have to use this one then. Okay, well, we can. Yeah, well, who's gonna use the default constructor and then compare it? I don't feel like adding an assert today for this. Let future me suffer if it is ever try to compare with an unknown value. Okay, that would be very hard to debug, so I'll just have to add it, just in case, you know, ever happens. Really suckage, and then we get something like this, I guess. So just now I have to move everything to the .cxx file, well, everything. See, here's lots of those asserts. So my less than operator goes here. It's a free function. Bool compared to with, and then assert that they are not unknown. Don't try to compare with unknown size. If they're not unknown, I can just do less than, because if they're unlimited, then unlimited happens to be very large. So that works out. And if they're both unlimited, yeah, I'll return false, I guess. Good enough for me. And then you have an operator less than, not an operator larger than. Let's go back here. Text span does not name a type. Text span. But it's what I want. What do you mean does not name a type? Oh, like that. One brace too much. So they already detected it, because the following virtual functions are pure within layout item. So we cannot do what? Invalid cast to invalid cast. Oh, you cannot create a text span period. Yeah. Let's comment this out for a second then. There's no member set. I was still picking the name for that. That's what I meant with it doesn't compile at the moment. I might have not that many of those yet. In static member, create blah blah. Invalid cast to abstract class. That's quite shocking. I'm creating a layout item here. Huh? Oh, I'm still creating a layout item here. Yes, so, but... Oh, right. Yeah, but, so this is never, so this layout item has no style, apparently. Used by a paragraph. Because the paragraph has blink blink. A layout item. Priority with minimum width alignment. Yeah. It's still weird. You should not have happened. I don't want to create a layout item, I think. Maybe I should just pass the properties directly to should not construct a layout item. These are properties. Why not pass the properties directly? To the paragraph. That makes a lot more sense if you ask me. The avalanche of changes. Change one thing. Everything must be changed. That's the one I was looking for. Probably the only one. Let's first fix the rest. Your styles text span is protected within this context. Glad protected here. Error. Hyperlink protected. Glad protected here. Let's create from text span. Yeah, I recently made it protected, so it's just a result of my edit mistakes. I did it during this stream. I thought, oh, it has to be protected, but we actually do need access to it from the create, and the create doesn't know anything about that. Therefore, it still must be protected. But I have to add friend. I think it should add a friend then. Or a badge. Make a public and add a badge. That would be even better. I don't like those too many friends. It's a bit too much. So I'm gonna make it public again, and then we add a badge for the utils badge. For the base class, text span. And I don't know anymore how to use that. Hopefully there is an example in the class itself. It's only an example for badge caller. Ridiculous, no example. I think, well, there's no reference and this thing is empty. So just like this is good. And then the same thing for this one. F colon. No, not that colon. Do F colon. Also not that colon. Also not that column. I miss a lot of columns. This column. Okay. That also doesn't fit anymore. Whatever. That's a bitch. That's why it's called a bitch. Looks like a bitch. And it gives access, so here's my bitch. Give me access. Not that it compiles or something, but well, I get there in another hour or so. No matching function for call to. You have a badge here, we don't pass a badge here. Is that the trick here? Yeah, totally. You have to pass on the badge here. Got it. But it can't work actually because this is not text bin. You have to pass on the badge that you already have. Declared protected here. Oh, it's still protected. Forgot to make it public after adding the badge. Okay, so then we found it that the spacer does not define this virtual function, and therefore the virtual function that I commented out, this one, must be moved into that one. It's a natural width is item measured in terminal columns. Terminal columns allocating more width result in white space. Blah blah. The default implementation. Okay, that can be deleted. So we need this, and I need another declaration here without virtual. That's gonna do that part. And I was going to name that obtain. But not here. Because this is that base class. Just delete everything. And then all of this must be done in the spacer. Added to the spacer. Mm-hmm. This looks like a pattern that we just destroyed. Okay, next step, fix do natural width. Why is that? So many arrows, just only few lines order is being used. Maybe we should just call it cache natural width instead of set natural width. Nah. Initialize is better. Initialize natural width. Initialize cache natural width. Perfect name. And then we get a width, which happens to be big or small, very small. It says command line interface for an AI. So the same thing as this. This is like you look at Java, except then it's written in this. Java is written in C++, obviously. There's a lot of command line interfaces, CLEs for AIs, but they're all written in TypeScript and horrible languages like that. Okay, and then now, where was I? Probably here. Layout properties was not declared in this scope. Did you mean layout properties? No. Cannot call member function obtain natural width cons without objects. Oh, we are in the static thing. Yeah, I don't know what I did then. Obtain natural. That must be the thing that we just created then. Yeah. Might as well make it protected and just assign it from obtain natural width. Feels so clumsy, this. Yeah, it's too clumsy. Let's get rid of the obtain natural width. Just call it the initialize cache natural width to begin with. Well, actually, let's first make it compile. Using too many things. Oh, that doesn't work. The pain. It's all nonsense on top of this, on top of all this. Immediately after this, the paragraph is empty, so this is going to assign 0. Shit. Still, I need something that compiles at the moment. It's haunting me already. Oh, shit. Yeah, paragraph is special, I think. You just can't do this. Can't do this at all. That is, it must be done after all the appends. Cannot be done here. And the assign that I did is also nonsense. I really have to call that initialize guest natural width. This also doesn't feel good. It's kind of, you cannot append anything anymore later. And that does not feel good. Initialize. Why is it not highlighted? Okay. Hier komt bij. But let's have a good look at the div. Did I fix this now or not? Yeah, I fixed it. Well, enough in anyway. I can restore this file, or yeah, probably. Can I restore -p? Yes. Output, 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 yes. That was just a whole test that we didn't do. That can be removed, reset. I mean, that also, that can be, well, removed this. Oh, the board, yes. Yes, and comment it out. So it was completely reset. Git diff expand.h, begin at the bottom. One change is that now I'm passing the properties instead of a layout item. Not that much difference, really. That this should do for a construction. And then we have here in a create function, first call new, and then call on the created object initialize cached natural width. And that's what I did not want to do anymore indeed. How is this even compiling? I don't want to call initialize cache natural width, passing something with obtain natural width, which I only do here. Instead, I just want to call initialize cache natural width. Oh, wait a minute, and then I came back from that. Because okay, so it's actually not that bad. This okay, so this is not wrong really. So I need an obtain natural width function on a text span, which is this one. That is a non-verbal function, and that can be private, I agree. That was the slow one. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. The rendition and the hyperlink don't change the natural width. So I just can initialize the thing in the base class. I'm just gonna do that then. Which then means that there's no reason to do it in the create. Also not create where I came from. This is just a one-liner, and I can do that here as well. Because immediately after the construction of the base class, you have already enough information. So now we call the constructor and then do that in the constructor. It's the same thing. But that also works for these, even though these are derived classes. Create derived classes. It's the only constructor I have. So this should call that, and it's just this pointer. something wrong here, of course. I'm setting minimum width, and then if we call this later again, and it grows in size, then the minimum width should grow as well. So it's not a nice thing to actually set the minimum width here to the cast value. I think instead I should just, whenever I use it, compare it with the cast value. So I should not do this. We should do that in wherever the minimum width is being accessed, which is here. Which is now totally doable because we have a cast value. And then assignment is suddenly okay again. Ridiculously enough. That's just a standard minimum, isn't it? Except that these are widths. Not sure if standard minimum is using less than as well. No, I'll just use this. I don't know. Pretty sure it was compiling. No longer. In static member function. Static blah 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 create. No matching function for call to paragraph constructor. Yeah, no, of course not. Huh? Oh, I did a restore there. Well, the restore was not correct. It was still a change, namely that part was gone. Is gone. The restore was incorrect. No, this should fix something, I think. Let's do this one. Is that one? Doesn't even look close to what I was testing. I was probably testing this in something else, another tab. I mean, like here. Yeah, like there indeed. 100% passed. Dun, 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 dun. Last hour of editing. Okay, let's run the whole test suite in again, or just in case. Generate print members. Was that nonsensical? That was nonsensical. Okay. Make tests. I mean. Yeah, 100% of test passed. You'll never know what was wrong with the OpenAI thing. And I don't want to know either. And kind of, this is also a test. Because this is the real test. Well, actually not really, but it does still work. Scroll to the bottom just because. Yes, it works as well. And then, of course, this is the real test. And that fails. Okay. Well, that was the last, very last real test. And it doesn't work. If I had a decent memory, then I would still remember what I was doing. And then probably immediately knew, oh, no, of course, I have no clue. So now I have to start from scratch debugging this. Okay, I think we can run this thing in the debugger at least. For very fast. That's probably just an assert. Yeah. Don't try to compare with unknown size. Good that we added a assert. So that looks like unknown, I suppose. Static is unknown. Yeah, columns is this, and that's the same value. Print W2. Not. So the problem here is that W1 is unknown, and I'm trying to compare that. Up. Cached is unknown. That's bad. So we never called. We never called initialize cached natural width, I suppose. Either that or I called it with an unknown value. Definitely want to know the difference. Therefore, let's add another assert. Initialize cached natural width. Assert natural width is unknown. Is bad. Comment. Don't initialize with an unknown width. Thank you very much. Make. When I was in my first years, I just wanted to sit next to someone who was working so I could learn and get inspired. Aha. But how about now? When I was in my first years, you have what? You have looked at my streams for years while you started studying, right? To get inspired. I hope you will turn out to be the next Elon Musk billionaire and then remember me. I would like to have a freestanding house, so I'm not bothered by sounds from the neighbors still. Although I also wouldn't mind hardware to run my own AI at home. I have a fantasy now of a black limousine. Hardly fits in this street. Stops in front of my house. All the neighbors look. Man in black get out. Ring my doorbell. Are you Colorwood? Who wants to know? I mean, yes. Okay, come with me. Come with us. Step in a black limo and they drive to an impressive freestanding house with a huge garden around it. And then we enter it and it has a basement with incredible supercomputer AI, basically. Zooming, airco, cooling for the... In the living room you don't hear anything, by the way, of this cooling. And then they show me the big workroom with 6 monitors connected with fat cables down into the basement. And then they say, Osef.YouTube want you to have this house because he became a billionaire. And he wanted to make good on his word. I remember that you said, what did you say? Thank you, Mr. Carlo, for that. Good luck with what you built. May all this pass. He didn't say anything anymore after I asked for a house. How much learning experience do I have? Well, I am very old, and I have been coding since I was 12. Very old. So probably twice experience that you are old, something like that. And I forgot what I was doing again. All those house fantasies. I really forgot that. I'm so worried about a memory, man. It gets so bad, right? I mean, in the past I never forgot anything. I mean, definitely not of this kind of stuff. Technical stuff, computers. I just knew the whole program from my head. And if anything happened, my subconscious would immediately tell me what it was about. Everything was always ready to be used. And now it's like I've been playing chess. Immediately after the game, I don't know which color I have anymore. When I was 18, I started playing chess. And then I would just play. It was a long game, of course, but still. Played one long game, and then I didn't look at it anymore. And then the next week, a whole week later, I would just show someone. You know, I just still knew the game from my head. And now, absolutely nothing. Usually I don't even know the color anymore. So yeah, it's a gap again. Can someone type in the chat what they remember what I was doing? What is the next step? I did commit everything, I remember now. Yeah, the status is clean. And then I did run the test, probably not in this here. Everything passes. Oh yeah, and then I did run Linux 9 and that did not work. That crashed. And now we have to find out why it crashed. Oh yeah, I did that too. And it turned out to be less than on an unknown value. And I was already debugging it. So where's my debugger then? There's no debugger. Try that again then. Run. Assert. Oh yeah, this. Oh, right. And then I added an assert to the assignment of this thing. So since that doesn't assert, we still assert on the less than, this thing has never been initialized. So initialize cache natural width has not been called. But why was that gone? I mean, I lost a few minutes just because I had absolutely no idea anymore that I just did that. That's scary. At least now I still remember. Okay, so yeah, and it should be called directly after in the construction of the most derived class of this thing, which is, I don't know, this is called a layout item, but let's go up. This is this layout item. I'm calling natural width on a layout item here, and nobody knows which layout item that is. List. This is in set width. Okay, that's totally already finished construction. So there is something was constructed, but we don't know what. And well, maybe I can figure that out by looking at the pointer. Can I print a dereference of the layout item? It is a paragraph. You can see that from the virtual table. That's cool. Oh, that's correct. Yeah, no, of course. Yes. Also, that I should immediately have remembered. As soon as I saw the board, I should have thought, oh, that's right. I forgot to call initialize cached natural width on the paragraphs, which now has to be done. Why? So big difference with being young, man. Unbelievable. So yeah, this test constructs paragraphs, and I don't know which this is anymore. Linux 9, never mind that. This does create paragraphs. Append, paragraph. Here's a paragraph. It's called shortcut. Shortcuts, a single append, and then after that, we now have to call the initialize cached natural width. Still crashes. It's a different assert. P equals 1 and maximum width 0 is unlimited. Or the value is less than 1 million. So something went wrong there. Yep. So this is a really strange value because it's not this. It's also not this. It's especially not that. Unknown is, well, okay. So it's this value basically, but then a little bit less. And that should never have happened. How much less? $36 less. It's actually not 36 less. It's like, what? Subtracted and it's minus 36. How can that be larger than? Oh, because this is okay. It is 36 larger than unlimited. When did that happen? Probably just now. Gonna bet that this is 36. I thought that 37 was the value. No, it's not 36. Oh, that's one. No, yeah. I remember that there is a 37. For some reason, this is one less than this value. So this unlimited minus 1. And we add that to a value 37, I think. So if this value was 1, then we would have ended up exactly on unlimited. So I blame the delta mostly. I think this is just 37, as it probably should be. Yeah, that's 37. So there's a lot of comments there. Let's look at the comments. Wait a minute. This is not 37. Why would that be 37? No. My comments had random numbers, so that's nonsense. But it's still a 37 here. It's a coincidence. Let's go up. So we crash in here, and therefore we don't see what this is. I should probably print that before entering this, and then entering it in the debugger. And then we can figure out what's going on, I hope. I'll just open the debugger like that. Attach GB. Like that, choose a long G. I want to have a real debug output though, not written to some file. That should be possible in the debugger, shouldn't it? I don't even have a terminal, I think, in this case. Does Linux 9 have a terminal? Terminal. Test. 9. Yep, you have a terminal. You also write to a file. Okay, I can do a tail minus F on that. That worked before. Just to be sure, let's start with removing the debug output. Let's start with compiling even. I have too many tabs open. I keep forgetting what I'm doing in which tab. I mean, editing, I can see that, but test and ncurses, the root and terminal. However, then where am I running GDB? Well, it should be in this ncurses test. Should be. And then clearly I'm not, so I'll just start doing that here now. And then I have my debug output in, I think, workspace root debug output. Yes, I remove that. That's kind of strange because I haven't run. Oh, I did run the whole test suite. Never mind that. And then the just in case runs. So don't have double surprises. Okay, everything looks fine. And which Linux 09 because we are lazy. And then we can run this in the debugger. No, we do not. Sorry. Debugger is opened automatically. So we just run the thing. Debugger is opening. Do I want symbols? No, I don't want extra symbols. Takes too long. And then we are going to call this, and debug output should already be there now. This aside for a moment. Oh, this is now our cleaned terminal. That's why I never see anything. Dollar workspace root debug output. Don't tell me there's no debug output. There's no debug output here. Actually, no, wait a minute. It writes it, that C-test writes there. But this is just running from GDB, so it writes in the current directory, I think. The current directory being ncurses test. So I'll do it from the root, but we have to ls source experimental ncurses tests. There is a debug output. Now you can do tail minus F. We see it even get attached, and we also have the notice here what the content is. So we have a horizontal layout with 3 items, I hope. Item number 1. I'm currently working on with negotiation of layout items. So the first layout item has a priority 1, weight of 1, and a minimum width of 3. And a cache net width of 12. And an assigned width of unknown still, because we're going to assign it. And then the next one has a priority of 0. Yes, those are the spacings. Weight 1. Minimum width 1, at least one space. And this is greedy, it can be unlimited. So I don't care how many spaces I get here. Assigned width is still unknown, and then we have the last one is a priority of 2, weight 1, minimum width also 3, cache natural width 24, assigned width also unknown. That's perfect. Yeah, it's ncurses, so it's pure text. Columns here means terminal columns. So we're going to figure out how to fit those three things in 17 terminal columns. I even have a picture of that, how it has to look. Let me see if I can show you the picture. God. Is it still here? No. Yeah. This is how it should look in the end. Starting just before the E. So you have 1, 2, 3 of the exit up or something like that. Exit the app. This gets a width of 3, and then we get the space gets 1 space. So this is the minimum was 3, and the minimum here is 1. This is these two are minimum, and then this gets has a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 24, and it should get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 apparently. And the reason is that the space has a priority of 0. That's scaled from infinity to 1 first, and then this has a priority 1. So then that one is killed to the minimum, which is 3, and then this one is the last one, doesn't have to be killed to its minimum, because 7 is enough, and then we have in total 17. I don't want to know. I already put months into this ncurses to get it working. I don't think it's old. Is it old? I don't want to know. Even if it was old. I mean, it's impossible that there is something better. I'm not looking at it anymore. Okay. Let's continue working. Set width. We're going to do set.that width. Okay, next. We're going to calculate the deltas. The delta being the difference between, I feel it coming already, the bug. Yeah, well, the difference between the natural width and the minimum width by priority. We're also going to figure out what the highest priority. This should end up in 2, because we have a priority of 0, 1, and 2. And I can already tell you what the delta should be, right? The delta should be, well, for index 0, that's priority 0, that's the spacer. That is unlimited -1, which is exactly the value that we already saw in the debugger. The big value -1. So that value was correct, I think. And then the delta of priority 1, that's the first one, that goes from, I don't know, what was the complete text? The complete text exit the app. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it goes from 12 to 3, so the delta should be 9 for index 1. And the last one goes from 24 to 7, it was, right? So 24 minus 7 is 16. I calculated that in a weird way, so I have to calculate it again. 24 minus 7. 17. Yeah, 17. Okay. The sum of the minimum width, all the minimum width together is 3 plus 1 plus also 3, I think. That's 7. Run over all the layout items. Priority of the first one. The priority of the first one is 1, because that's exit the app. Exit the app or app, I don't know. Priority is 1. Yay. So I predicted right, and the chance is larger that, that I'm following it. So that sets the highest priority to the maximum of the 0 and 1. So after this, the highest priority is also 1, because the 1 is the largest value that we encountered so far. Delta of 1 is set to, well, I just told you what that would be. That would be, and I forgot again. Oh yeah, 12 minus 3 was 9. This should become 9. Oh, we added. Well, yeah, we've added. So this better should have been 0 before we did it. And that is 9. Okay. And then we get the sum of the minimum width. The minimum width was 3, so the sum is now 0. So afterwards, this is 3. It's just the first one. Columns is 3. Next item. Priority is 0. So that doesn't change the highest priority. That's now still 1. And the delta value here is set to the natural width is unlimited, and this is 1. Let's print those separately. Unlimited is big. So we see this, and that is equal to that value, which is unlimited. And this value is 1. This is 1. So after subtracting that, we should get delta equal to some obscure value, namely this big value minus 1. And that is then indeed the case. And the idea is that this magic value is required to be added to 1 in order to get unlimited. The only thing I remember. That I was thinking, well, this is going to be added to 1. And that doesn't happen. Okay, this is gets a 1 added, so okay, that's cool. It's now 4. And then we do. Why the hell does it wrap there? Why? Have you looked at my monitor? GDB. No wrapping is necessary. Well, maybe it does because these are static. And then I think, oh, the next one is not static. Let's put it on a new line. Something like that. I don't know. Okay, next item. Priority is 2 of that thing. Why do I even print this? Just to enjoy the fact that that it still works. The highest priority is now, of course, 2. Sometimes you do this and then it's still 2, even while with the backslash enter. Sometimes it you expect something it's trivial and you might as well not do it, not print it, but then you print it and it's not correct. Sometimes it actually makes sense, not pure waste of time. Okay, this delta is then set to, what was it, 24 minus 3 is 21? No, I had a different number. It was 24, I remember that. 24 minus, and the minimum width is 3. So it is 21. But the 21 is going to be added to... Okay, I don't remember a 21. I just calculated the deltas. What did they say that the delta was going to be? I think it subtracted 7. 24 minus 7, that's what I did. But the delta is calculated relative to the minimum width, not what we end up with. So 24 minus 3. 21. The delta is going to be 21. Okay, next. Delta. It's 21. And then the minimum width added together, well, that's 7 in total. Yeah. 3 plus 1 plus 3. 7 now. There are no other items. We are done. Columns becomes the maximum of columns and the sum of minimum width. The columns is 17, so that just stays at 17. Columns priority is set to the highest priority, which was 2. Columns priority is now 2. So we begin anyway. Now we're going to fill an array with maximum width values. And the highest value is going to be set at this sum of minimum width, which was 7. And we set index 2 plus 1 is 3 to that. So maximum width 3 becomes 7, and then one below that, maybe I should write it down in some kind of file. No, nobody knows what that did hide. It's all gone. Strange. I had to put it in a very high layer to see it. I'll set it to top. I think even debugger is above this. Which layer is debugger in? Yeah, that is doc. That's very high. Okay, I'll set this one to doc as well. Ridiculous. And now that one is visible as well. Okay, I do it. Oh, and it disappears. I clicked on it and it disappears. Same with this one. Something, I don't even have press caps lock, I swear. Absolutely insanity is happening here. Now yeah, open some file. And I've got all the numbers. Okay. No. No. No, I can't. It's impossible. I've got it. If let's see. Oh, you have 3 items with a minimum width. It would be nice though if I could compare this with, you know, let's put it here for a moment. If I could compare it with the comments of. I have to go to here. The comments that I wrote here. And then repeat this. But then with the right values. That's also true, of course. It's the highest. 2 is the highest. And the minimum width of priority 0. Priority 0 is the space. The minimum width is 1. These have minimum width 3. This was unlimited. Priority 1 is the first one where it is 12, coincidental, and this one had a length of 12. So then the delta is, well, we already calculated that. That was this unlimited minus 1, which is very big. Unlimited minus 1 is what's that big value? Unlimited. That's unlimited minus 1. 12 minus 5 is 7. And this is 14. This was, oh, I'm calculating the wrong things though. Minus 3. It's 9. And 24 minus 3. Just says 4, but it's also wrong. 21. Minimum is 3 here. And these are the values that we have in delta. Delta 0 is, you can just might as well print delta. There we are. Those 3, okay. And then we can continue with the next, I think, comment, this one. Okay, so this must be the sum of the minimums. That is 1, 3, and 3, which gives us 7. Which then makes this also 7. And this is going to be 7 plus delta, but it comes from, but I'll fill that in. Let's fix this one. 1 plus 3. I think at priority 2 means that the one at priority 2 swaps all the way to the other side, which is in the end going to happen. So this is then 1 for the space, 3 for the exit the app, and 24 for the shortcuts. So that gives in total 28. And we see that back here as well. It's the same thing. 8, 1 plus 3 plus 24. And this is priority 1, so now priority 1 is changing from 3 to 12. So we get 1 plus 3. Sorry, the 3 becomes 12 plus 12 plus 24 still is 3. That's a 37. And it is, because this is 17. And here the last one changes, and now we see the bug immediately appearing. This is the one becomes unlimited. So this is unlimited plus 12 plus 24, which is plus 26, unlimited plus 26, and that's what we saw. So don't even have to continue with the debugger now. Too big. So the whole algorithm is a little bit wrong. What is it exactly what we would want? What we did want to happen here? Maybe I still step through it. At least we now know what should happen. It's just code debugger. Okay, so calculating maximum width. Next. Oh, it's already asserting, so let's cannot finish this except for we can continue till p is 1. Oh, p is 2. What? Oh, that was a tail. Where's the debugger? Debugger disappeared. I did run the debugger here. Pretty sure about that. Oh, there is no debugger here. This is not added to my history because it was killed. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, it's not a debugger. Debugger started inside it. I thought it stopped at PS1. Pretty sure about that. PS1. I don't know why it stopped at PS2 last time. So yeah, we're back already, and this is the content. Set print the static off. That came from my subconscious because apparently I still have it sometimes. If you start thinking about it consciously, then you have no idea, you know. Okay, so the values are it doesn't seem to make any much sense. Maximum width, why do we have so many columns here with all kinds of weird values? What is happening? This is the too big value anyway. That sits apparently in index 0. It's one of the first things. Then this must be index 1. That's 37. And then we get index 2, 28, and the last index 7. Okay, the rest is just in uninitialized shit. You can ignore this part. So yeah, we have the calculated values here. But yeah, the next step it asserts there's no stepping anymore. What did I want to happen here? The only reasonable value here would be unlimited. Yeah, this should be unlimited. And my idea was that I could calculate a delta equal to unlimited minus 37. If I would have had that, then we would have ended at unlimited. But instead I subtracted 1 instead of 37. The delta is defined as the difference between this and this. And then we add the delta. So this 9 here is 28 plus 9 is 37. That's what I want. 7 plus 21 is 28. That's how it should work. 37 plus something is unlimited. So this must be unlimited minus 37. And then this would have ended in at unlimited. That would have worked. This is not good. It's not there must be 1 less, 10 less. Yep, that is unlimited. Now the unlimited I should have subtracted 37. How would I get 37 at this point? Yeah, the 9 is indeed 12 minus 1. Sorry, 12 minus 3. And the 21 is equal to 24 minus 3. You cannot know what a 37 is. Now the only unlimited can happen for priority 0 and then only for the natural width. So this, in the whole table, this is the only place where unlimited can happen. And we have to subtract something from that we don't have. So I would say don't subtract anything and just store unlimited. And then by the time we do have that value, we could recognize that it is unlimited, and then we know that what should have subtracted. And well, yeah, you get the point. So what I'm going to store here is unlimited and not subtract anything. And then here we get 37, and then we're going to add something, but what we add is unlimited, so I just end up with unlimited. And I already have unlimited plus anything is unlimited if I use the width class. So maybe I should work with width here. Width, yeah, well, yeah, no, because I refuse calling delta width. It's a difference between width. We could also call that width. It is in columns, but no. This is a width though, and it is. Okay, we have a plan. Don't subtract anything from unlimited and get a weird value. Width, yes. Subtraction is done here. Delta is not a width. I'm adding this as well. So does it make sense that I add this here? Suppose it does. Maybe I'll just give in and I'll use this width here as well. Okay, I give in. Width. Now we construct width with the default constructor, which is unknown. That's bad because we need zeros. Because I'm going to add stuff. I'm going to test it, and I refuse to fill this. I'll test it here. Okay, so now we have this should work, except that if now this is unlimited and I subtract something, then it should remain unlimited. So I have to change the operator on minus for width. Now, if both are unlimited, then that would be an error as well. You should never subtract anything that is unlimited. Do I have to assert that? No, because I think I already tested elsewhere. But if it would happen anyway, because this function doesn't know anything about or what we test elsewhere, of course, then the result would be unlimited. Unlimited minus unlimited is unlimited. I have no problem with that. It would not happen anyway. So we return this unless this is unlimited. And here it says, even if columns is unlimited, we should return simply numeric difference. No, we don't. That was a bug. That was bullshit. It just looks weird without the assert though. Plus, okay, the plus was because we had weird numbers. We no longer have weird numbers. I can just use the plus now. An actual plus. No match operator plus. I just said I can use a no plus. No, I only have equals plus. I realize now, but well, I have to add that one then. Width has don't even have equals plus. Oh yeah, we have equals plus. There's a thread. I'm just gonna add it here, like obviously. Plus, and then implement it. It's very much the same as this one here. Though. So much so that you would almost think, well, maybe I should reuse the code. And not convert width to int in initialization. Also my columns delta is now a width. And I never use it. Distribute is being called. Distribute columns. That should have been columns delta, I think. I have to distribute columns delta, not columns. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so distribute takes width now. I don't want to be bothered with come on, it's undo, redo. It must be columns delta, but I don't want to be bothered with the width anymore here. And we want to have even that unsigned int. Still pass columns delta here. And this should be converted somehow. So now we subtract to width, and I want unsigned int. And this one should be not unlimited ever, like never. No, obviously not. So I could rewrite my operator minus to no longer accept unlimited on this side. Or did I use it elsewhere? I did use it elsewhere, right? We have another minus. This minus here. So this minus accepts an unlimited on this side and returns in width. And this one does not return, it should not accept that and should return a value. Now the trick, I think, is just calculate the width and then return a value, because the value call itself, there's too many value calls probably. Yeah, too many value calls. Width with value. Yeah, value says it's not allowed to be unknown or unlimited. So we test that now by calling value on it. Okay, let's run it again in the debugger, or not in the debugger. Nah, not in the debugger. I'm just gonna run it, and it's not gonna crash. It starts the debugger because I didn't remove that code. Okay, well, we run it in the debugger. Why not? Let's run set with. Okay, so we calculate the deltas, and then we're not done yet with deltas. Deltas are known. Delta is something. Now we're done. So delta. The deltas are now static. Set static. The delta is now unknown. Sorry, unlimited. 921. So that's correct. Indented. I know that it is why I can copy this from here. The static unlimited. It's the same value. Yeah. So it is unlimited, 921, which is what we wanted here. And then we calculate maximum width for P is something 1, 2, 3. Print maximum width. Maximum width is now unlimited. Yes. 37, 28, and 7. We have the correct values. And then what happens? Columns delta is calculated. Next, columns delta is 17 minus columns priority plus 1. I think that is well in here, so that's the 7. They should subtract 7 from the 17, so this should give 10. And that 10 then must be the remaining width of all the items with priority 2, which we already saw in the picture that I showed. It should have been 10. It should be 10. So flex items. Now we do the following. Priority is something, and then if it is less than the column's priority, which is 2, so this is less than. And then we set it to the minimum width. So the first item is set to 3, and then the next item is set to 1, also less than. This is set to 1, and then the last item is not less than the column's priority, also not larger than the column's priority. Therefore, we remember it. And that was the last one. And now we call distribute, which is not written yet. So then nothing happens there. And then we're done. We're not done. What is this? Oh, now we actually assign the stuff by adding it to the minimum value. The minimum width, I mean. And we crash. Interesting. Interesting. Still crash. Slightly unexpected. Try to access an empty vector here. That's why it's crashing. But because distributors are not written, so they just returned an empty vector. Okay. So it should have assigned 10. I think this must become 10. It should have become 10, right? Because 17 we have no more. So the picture is there is no what is this? What? Looks like I lost my browser, or at least one of the windows. No, doesn't look like there is a browser there. No, there's no browser here. Wait a minute. No browser. Look, a fish. I never get to see that fish. Okay, no browser. Bad, no browser. And why is there no reopen closed window? Anyone know how to reopen the last closed window in Firefox? I think it was a shortcut for it. Yeah, I am working on the terminal thingy. I can't ask an AI because that's in that window. In that, yeah. I can ask AI here. Control Shift T. Nope, not working. It's opening stuff in the window I already have. It's just opening tabs. There it is. Just have to put it above dock. I don't know what happened to the layer. It wasn't closed. Dock, still visible. Top. Now it's still visible for some reason. Normal. And we still have it. I don't know what happened. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is not 17. Well, actually, it is 17 with the first four added. Is it or what? It might have been. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, I don't know. This image has nothing to do with what I'm doing, it seems. On second thought. Too many open things. What is this? Why is this here? I mean, you only see one monitor. I have 3 monitors. And it's I can't think of the word. I'm so getting senile. What is the bloody word? Overwhelming. Wow, I remembered it. Usually if I just can't find a word, it's totally gone for a day or so. For me. Now I did remember it. It was still there. One neuron connection was still existed. To overwhelming. Yeah. Well, I'm going to begin with removing this because, well, who wants to start a debugger from inside the code? And then we still crash because, I don't know. We crash, yeah, annoying. So I don't understand if I run this that suddenly what? Now it's fast. Or is what? Oh yeah, the assigned columns are not there. But yeah, I was trying to figure out what the value should be. But well, who cares, I suppose. Let's see, I is 0. We should have only one of them. Flux size, there should be 1. And then the priority should be 2. Shrink priority. That's 2. That's good. And then the minimum width is 3. And the total thing should end up with at 17. So that is 17. Yeah, 10. So this must become 10. Then we have 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 3 plus 10, which is 17. So it's not really assigned columns, it's more like extra columns, assigned columns on top of the minimum width. And there were 10 to distribute and only 1 item, so that 1 item gets all. Maybe should make a fast path for that. Still unknown because it's printed after the fact, before the fact actually. So I have to print it after the fact. And there it is, 13. Signed with 3. And then signed with 1. And assigned with 13. 17 in total. What if there is no items? Is that even possible? There are no items? I think so. It's flex items, so there would be no items if we never get here. We would only never get here when there is no item that is equal to columns priority. If one of the priorities is equal to columns priority, then we get there. So at least one of them must be equal to columns priority. Okay, columns priority must be set to the priority of one of the items. And that is the case, I hope, because columns priority is set to P minus 1. Okay, that's wrong. Yeah, very wrong. That assumes that it's an continuous range of priorities. The highest priority is an existing priority. That's just the highest priority we can find of an item. But then we set it to P minus 1. So really, I should not be running over all priorities from the highest priority down to 0. I should only run over existing priorities. Priorities that actually occur. So I think I need to store all the priorities and then sort them and then run over the index of that thing. And then run over the index of that thing and then use the priorities inside it as the priority, something like that. Yeah, okay. But before I make change that big, I better commit status. Nope. Yeah, well, it's a big change, and I think I should just stop because it's past 2 a.m. and stuff. I'll tackle this tomorrow. But definitely didn't look at having items with the same priority and having gaps in the priority. For example, could have items with a priority of 1 and not 0 at all, and then another one with priority of 1, and then one with 3, and one with 5, and another one with 5. And that wouldn't work at all. Okay, well, thank you for keeping me company, and I'll go to bed, I think. So, good night.